I completely forgot to hit record again. Sorry, YouTube. I forgot to hit record. Nothing has happened. Since I started playing. I just kind of queued up for it. I logged in, hit the training dummy to kind of remember my rotation, and then I started the quest. And then I decided I wanted to queue for an alliance raid instead. So that's all I've done. Sorry, YouTube. You. I'm Schlalmin. Schlalmin. I didn't think it would take that long. Come on. Come on, DPS. Come on, healers. There. Hey, we got the whole group. Oh, good. One I don't remember at all. I have zero memory of this one. Okay, don't get knocked off. Hooray! I guess I was supposed to sprint. Yep. Healed me, rose me just to kill me. Look at all those people who fell off. I'm gonna spend this whole fight just like this. Mechanics are for cars. Oh. There. Hi, chat. Yo. What's his health at? %16%. Almost all of Alliance C is dead. And wee! Big jump. Cut for the rest of the party. I wasn't looking at any of them. I had my back to both. Let's get rid of you. You're annoying. The hell level am I? 60? Oh, I kind of remember that. Faradad's fool. Faradad dead. There's still more. I was in it. I was in it. Hey, look, I was alive at the end of a boss. Proto Ultima. So it's just gonna be like the Ultima fight? Because that I've done 100 times. One Allegan Dreadnought down. I can't see. All right. Somebody limit break. Oh, see, is it this? I think I might have watched. I think I might have watched this. What was with the abandon? Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. What was that? I've never seen that before. Ow. I should have moved a lot quicker. What happened? I don't know what just happened. Huh? I can't move. Getting the after lunch sleepies. All right, this is the last boss. Yo, we're doing like no damage to him, by the way. There we go. We're doing some now. Yeah. Oh, I was too late. And she turned to me and I didn't see it. Oh, oh, oh. This is gonna be a mass res. We need a healer to LB3. Oh wait, who used the LB3? Oh, I think right after this, I gotta go grab a monster. Because like I said, I'm getting after lunch sleepies. Don't think this is a... Nope, that's not command. Shit. I thought they were facing the other way. Ow. It dropped right on my head. I'm in here with it. I didn't know you could go in there with it. It dropped on my head again. Oh, I'm a dummy. Center one's for tanks. Far one. Oh, I think they just got it. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. They're leading those balls through people, and that's why it's dropping on my head, and why it happened twice. It's a big ball of hands. Okay, I have that. Do not have that. That's a pass. Greed. That's a pass. That's a pass. That's a pass. 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 That healer is getting my recommendation because they revived me a ton. Okay, anyways. Well, I wasn't trying to win those. Okay, I need an energy drink. Be right back. Untangle my freaking self. I had trouble getting the damn box open. Just didn't want to open. There we go. Okay. Okay, now let's go start doing quests. I've warmed up. I've died a bunch. There you are, Philodox. I present you the fruits of our alchemist's labor. The artificial Atmos. Or, I keep saying Atmos. It's Atomos. 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 Though we've yet to put it to proof, its aether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Razatan. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off to bring the other Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the ironworks arrive with the warding scales. And did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. It's just good to see you all again. But for the president himself to attend? Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, least you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could find the work so quickly. We could finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that I made from made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void and nary a hint of degradation. As we're the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging here, the scales. With these, we can search for my sister, not wife. Sister without fear of corruption. I do not know how to repay you. Well, my friend, my only regret is I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Nidhana, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I would require a moment. Didn't necessarily mean to do the accent, but I did. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? I do not know, but my guess, a new body. The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you, of all people, ought to know that, eh? Right, he was he got sucked into the void too, along with me. I still love this song.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
I know it. It was a new body, an older body.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Void Scent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan, and best of luck.
I have something for you as well.
Oh.
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Arzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits.
Right.
Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Living Way...
Oops. Accidentally clicked.
I, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion.
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
One thing. We were standing around all that time waiting for Rashawn to come back. You gotta get me then. Just saying. The satrap and your fellows are already departed for the vaults. Are you ready to set forth? Yes. I think I got a pimple right here because it hurts.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Now it's big enough for us to enter.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
And that's what I just said.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Hell.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
From a party into the fell court of Troya. Troya.
Right then.
Oh. Commence. Couldn't do it with the party selector open. Doom, 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 doom. I'm flying! Quite literally a twisted place of the void. Stay focused. Void's end could be anywhere. Ah, that's a mirror of us. Whoops. That's the button I wanted.
You forced my hand.
You know, my apartment can go from 1 minute be absolutely freezing and I'm so cold, to super hot and I'm sweating and I've not touched the thermostat and the air would be on and I'm still sweating. Right now, I'm in one of the cold moments. Oh, absolutely nothing here. One of a chest sometimes appears in there. Oh boy.
You underestimate me! You're mine!
I will not hold back.
Out of my way!
Is this the mistress of the castle? Oh. They keep coming. Oh. Glad I looked. Otherwise, I would have been caught completely off guard.
I will end this farce.
Oh. Who did that?
You underestimate me! Out of my way!
I will end this farce.
My goodness.
You underestimate me. I am of the first brood. Out of my way.
It's not a boss, it's just a never-ending wave of enemies. Hey, look, that's a big one. He's got to be the last one. Oh no. I was not paying attention to what
You underestimate me.
my teammates were doing, or my party was doing.
I will end this farce.
I'm going backwards, am I? Estinian, why didn't you tell me I was going the wrong way? I will admit, that looks kind of cool. Did I do that?
Away with you!
You underestimate me.
I will end this farce.
Do I go right or left? Don't actually think it matters. Oh, it does matter. Huh. The woman in the painting, do you suppose? I suspect it's the mistress in bygone days. Was there a passage? I just... Nope, there was a door though. Estinian, you let me run back. Estinian. I don't believe you.
Away with you!
Out of my way!
I will end this farce!
No mercy! You're mine!
Knights and bishop. Oh, there was also pawns. Oh, there's also footmen and hounds, so those don't necessarily go into the chess motif like I thought this was going to go to.
Out of my way!
I will not hold back!
Beatrice. Surprise, surprise. Estinian, why? Oh. Let's try that again. Aw. This is where it put me? Um, oh, that's not. Okay.
I am of the first brood.
Man, they moved to like the edge. Like you cannot get any closer than that.
I will not hold back.
Out of my way.
Ah, see, single target. This is where the Reaper is fun. Single target enemies. How could this be? How could you resist my gaze? You're too strong. Someone else can devour them. She's quick on her feet, if nothing else. She may still be a threat. After her. After I see what's in this chest. It's a lot of statues. Making me think maybe they're not statues. Huh. Traces in the sky. You avoid sin, appreciate flowers. No wonder. Oh, that is a block wall there. Troyan Trapper.
This will hurt.
I will end this farce.
Out of my way!
Troyan. Oh, their butlers are just as ugly as the rest of them. Starting to hunch. Need to lean back. All right, I'm gonna start doing single target because I'm getting bored just doing multi-target because Reaper is just not as fun. I don't think any classes are fun doing targeting. Especially when you do shit like that. Oh, the stewards.
of my way!
I will not hold back!
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Oh, shit. Not expecting that.
I am Scarmelione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
Okay. In we go.
Is mine!
There is nothing.
Breathe deep of your death. You must die!
Crap. Just went. And I'm dead. Yeah, that's what killed me last time. Oh, and there's goop. So I gotta pay attention to what I fall back against.
Thirsts for blood.
All or nothing! You underestimate me!
Protect me, my minion.
You underestimate me!
I give you a taste of true despair. Stubborn mortal.
All or nothing!
Come, fill your lungs. I will not hold back.
Oh, I didn't get to a wall.
You're mine!
I will not hold back.
Time to end this!
No, I will not.
Estinian.
You.
Like, seriously, you could have held off on using that.
Out of my way!
Missed the wall again. All right, stack on me. Nope, never mind.
Flesh.
She doesn't dance anymore. There's always a stoic, I'm sorry, what was that? Wait, I already have it. I gotta pee.
This Scarmiglione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do? Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Proceed with caution and pick up what we can.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Buried memory. All right, I'm gonna take a little break right now because I gotta go pee. So. So I will be back soon. All right. I'm back. Got another snack in a bowl. And you're going to hear me crunching. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Here we set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetheryte for a while. Should you leave Triad Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter Felcourt or Troya with a party of NPC avatars. I literally just did this. The warning scales inhabit. There's no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But whither now? I sense Ajdaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know you have come? Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. Even were it possible, the dragon's call is born upon ether. 'Tis liable to draw more void sent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I suppose we begin learning what we can from the castle's occupants, and understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let's all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterward. The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Oh wait, oh shit, I didn't mean to. If only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, I'd find something else to eat. While you're able to communicate, it seems to think of only feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she is gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? This creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. I serve. I obey. Please, don't eat me. A dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I do not know anything about it. I do not. I don't know about anything. The one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have already been eaten. Able to learn from a void scent, look in the dungeon. You may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. Lower rung void scent tend to have lower intelligence, it would seem. A pity Smargberg girl rule is dead. He was talkative at least. What of you? A clever voice in the dungeon? That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this void scent, preferably before its foes make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. The decorations here are so weird. Oops. I looked down and I passed the door. Hell of a doorkeeper. Really made me walk all the way over here.
You are the friend.
Exactly who I thought that was. You're the void sent bound to Xenos.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
The one you gave to me? Yes. The hell am I doing to it?
But how? The light just now, of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers.
Like the one I got.
In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Like the one I got.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
You too.
you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Well, Xenos was also fucking nuts. Whatever Xenos may have said, I wasn't his friend.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Go away. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from the other Void Sent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect it's due to your crystal purging the excess of darkness from her. And can I do that with my own? Avatar? Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she has to tell us about herself and about her world. I don't know why I'm doing accents. Especially when I'm not even doing an accent for every word. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it you're after? We're looking for a Void Sent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and we know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon. Void Sent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you must pay the price. There is a sole rule in this world. You call the void. Makes sense? Pray forgive our ignorance. But what will be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin we carry is no value here. Void Sent crave one thing alone. Aether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the void, let us do so outside. Come with me.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part.
Huh?
The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void-sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about Zero?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then. partnership? Are you saying you wish to strike a bargain?
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us. Did you say something?
No?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
I must say, we're rather exposed here. Perhaps we could continue the conversation in the castle. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain, but I'll comply. But I suspect my payment promptly. We shall have it as soon as we arrive. Dog is at the dinner table. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I was recommending you set aside significant time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at a certain point. In the event you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note, if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, your progress will be lost. Where's my M level? 570. Oh, that's maximums.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
You're mine! That I should miss my mark.
He's alive.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier. Every soul in this domain serves me now. do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
I want to be able to do that.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine. However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn void scent into crystal.
What is this power?
You tremble before my truth strength!
The hell just happened?
Attend to the minions first.
I can't target them.
Be gone! That's far enough.
Zero. We must help us.
Another debt to repay.
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, huh? Very well. Let us return the favor.
Man, I seriously want to nap right now.
This place will be your grave.
Will it? Cause oh, you're getting your ass kicked.
This is magic. We must stop him now.
Everyone, to me.
Yeah, this is like a hell of a barrier.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria! But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Ajdaia.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends.
Four archfiends, just like Final Fantasy 1.
But a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmilione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ajdaia. even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer a few of them. Should still be owed that much at least, I dare say. Floodox, you've come to the 13th before, yes? But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. It seems to stay dead at the time, yes? I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return. The contravention of the natural order, or in contravention the natural order. Do you remember aught of the out? Do you remember aught out of the ordinary? Like a ceiling magic, like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow. But the process, your essence, is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had become to harbor may break free and coalescence into distinct void scent once more. And the more you yourself, and before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies, or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survived the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet despite his greater strength, Scarlaminone managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe I understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. It can bind the aether of the soul into crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I am the only one left. How does one come to wield Memoria? What happened to your peers? I never thought about that. I do not know, though. The Void Scent can't use the I do not know. Though that the Void Scent cannot use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I cannot say how I know it. If he's powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to one of the other Voidsent again. And let us trust the task to Floodox. Her echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, she should be able to maintain her composure better than a concerned sibling. I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead on the terraces on the terrace to begin with, perhaps? I'm sorry, the music just became so damn loud. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. All right, you're making me walk all the way over to the terrace. I am in desperate need of a map. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. No one wants to, then wants it, then perhaps. Golbez? Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless. Those who cannot fight. You don't want to be eaten, you better flee. So soon there will be nowhere to run. Seems the archfiend are only fit. See, it seems the archfiends only keep those who are fit for battle. Others escape or be consumed. The one who had devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us to defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. The archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Oh, the tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez. I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one has ever seen him. With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It may not be easy to reach him. Oh. 4 more hours today, and then I don't have the one shot for tomorrow ready, so and because we're not going to have anybody joining us, I think instead of the one shot, we'll just do the regular campaign and save the one shot for another time. Because the campaign stuff I do have ready. Welcome back, Flodox. Were you able to learn aught of value? So countless voids sent answer to the Archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scalamanoni's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. Question is, how to reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we cannot do much while we are stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister Ajdaya. There's even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want my help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this lease a request and more of a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? We're not like Xenos. We'll never, ever force you to serve. Oh, hey, they actually address the fact that I have an avatar. You aren't forcing your avatar to serve against its will, that's true. Yours is a equitable covenant. That being the case, I believe your words. You would provide fair payment. Well, what do you offer? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in Aether. That is all you had to say. Anything else would have been superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle? I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a larger one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with Aether. Excellent. Let us find our mount at once. Not good. Lord Golbez must hear of this. Oh, wait, back this way. We should be able to find a mount here. The castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? Are you ready?
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
I tried to crush it. I couldn't. That was weird. Mind Flare.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs.
What's that?
Mortals! They're mortals!
What's enticing you here? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
I want to find the creature that looks like a mind flayer, because I think he looked exactly like a creature in Final Fantasy 1. It started with a P, even though there were also mind flayers. He used the same model, but I'm pretty sure he's not a mind flayer. Pretty sure his name is going to be with a P. Oh, well, it's not giving me names of creatures. I can't click on them. The only one I can click on is Waiting Void Scent. Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who will save the world. I'm waiting for the day he comes. Or was it she? I can't remember the details. I do not know how long I've been waiting, or even why I wait. Could you be the hero, perhaps? I don't think so. Something tells me I'll know when I meet him. Or her. I'll just have to keep waiting. This is my abode. The others will not come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. To avoid sin's nature to consume, their sole purpose, even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. Any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. All right, found the end of that quest, and I have got to go to the bathroom. Now will be a minute, several. So I will be back. Well, that kid knows how to have fun. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Consider yourselves duly warned. You wish to go among the void sent here? That is your choice to make. I had fled from one master to another, but whether any of those masters in turn serve, or all have fled from one master to another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we have learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You are going too, of course. In which case, I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Give me a second. Gonna make some gonna let my D&D group know tomorrow that we're playing the regular game instead of the one shot. Okay. Ready? Then lead the way. I'll leave it to you to decide whom with to speak. Zero is now accompanying you. This was. Talk about the plaza. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall the statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly did not wish for it. that how it works? You are one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is, so it is. What brings you here, then? Ah, yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. I can't click on you. And stay away from me. I don't want. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Golbez? Golbez? I've heard the name before. Oh, I remember. Always speaking of great crusade. I don't know what it is, but it sounds delicious. Sorry. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfario. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on of the terrible things that he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfario can tell us more. You walk around like that, with her like that. You're her minion, then. You know I don't take minions. She has some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Skagith. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. Oh, that's literally the dungeon I did earlier today. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skagith was a powerful void scent who ruled over a vast domain. That was long ago, though, so I doubt she had any connection to Golbez. Satisfied with what you've learned? But let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. It seems the rumors of Golbez even reach my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathered strength through his crucible, whatever that may be, or crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed Farfario once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfario is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldom consorts with others. The only one he is comfortable with is Seriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses threat, and won't stop until he is exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's aether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfalio, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! Drifting ungone, drowned in darkness. As were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golgaz. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence! No place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
What hair? You're a stick.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Farfalio keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. The voids sent here don't answer to a master. They do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need aether. Except Farfalio Farfalio and Siritato, that is. They're content taking from one another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Siriato will not seek shelter until he's utterly spent. Farfalio, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. You told me to follow you, but yet I'm the one leading. Oh, whatever will I do now? Siritato. This is rather unexpected. Where is Farfalio? Farfalio isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left. Doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone now, all right? Well, what more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. Something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Sirtato's behavior? Guilt? Perhaps someone has threatened him. I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No, he would run in circles until he couldn't run anymore. That's his nature. As he says, Farfalio is gone. That is quite unusual. I think he ate him. As is the fact that Siritato, who was clearly frightened by something, was not to flee, but instead to hide here, where Farfalio usually... No. We must go after Siritato now. Siritato, we need to talk. There's no time. Wind rises. We must flee. Wind rises. What is he talking about? After him. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbara Sika. I think that's how she said her name. Barba... Rika? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything. He seems convinced. The dead end beyond will corner him. Well, can't he fly, hover, whatever? We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you. Barbarica, the archfiend of wind. Archfiend, you say? Will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, we are all eaten by her or her enemies. I don't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfalio who used to serve an archfiend, not you. Not you, who's always ran to the first sign of trouble. Who now speaks as though you were Barbarica's minion. Only one explanation. He devoured Farfalio, didn't he? Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfalio? And not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange. As if there was more than you present. No, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfalio's behest. I can't hide it from anything from you. I admit it. Farfalio didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbarica more than anything. Hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you had no control, your consciousness in part endures. There was a world where the wheel of life and death still turned. The soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. Or were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfalio must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined with Ciritato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. You don't want to be eaten. Neither me nor Farfalio. There's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Tell me about Barbarica. I would like to know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here. There's no escape. There's no one can escape her winds. No one.
Aparicio! She is come!
Bauricia. I'm saying it wrong.
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
I want her hat.
One of the Archfiends approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
Oops. I misclicked.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
Come try it. Oh, wait. Wrong thing.
Mind your manners, mortal.
Very, very few people will get that joke.
Spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell.
A dragon, one who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
we go after her, we'd be playing into her hands.
Aye, that we would. Even so, we don't have any intention of turning tail now, do we?
No.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those that Barbarica? I'm just gonna call her Barbarica again. Struck down. Barbarica. Nope. Barbarica. That's it. Barbarica. I don't know. I forget what they say. I forget. Were not here for us, she would not have come here. You should you require a moment, Zero? For what? She knew what she took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. There's no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. Take that one. A word of warning. She spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. To seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. I'll try, but I make no guarantees. You do that, and if you fail, well, you'll just have to search elsewhere for answers. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ajdaya. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez will surely be compelled to respond. We only need to wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Scalamanone taught us aught, it is that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal our way at the earliest opportunity. We're all in agreement. Let us be off. We travel by Nisruk. That is a lot of hair.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Leave these ones to us.
I'm doing shit.
See to Barbaricia.
Barbaricia. So this is not one I can do by NPCs. I appreciate that you can do it when the story lets you, but it's kind of like, oh. $5.85. Hold on. Okay, is there... Let's travel to Razdat Han and see if there's new... Where's Razdat Han at? If there's gear that I can buy. Okay, there is. But oh man, do I not have enough. That's good. That's good. It really would have sucked if if your old power supply blew something up, blew something else up, and you didn't know it. Would have really sucked. Reaper. Oh, do I not have? What am I wearing? I thought I was fully geared out. 750. This is 590. Arr. Ooh, that ring needs to be changed. But it looks like the helmet, my helmet, and my earrings always does it. Well, they got rid, Twitch got rid of Extra Life as a category, and I forgot to. I forgot to change it. Oh well. Okay, so earrings and body are what I need. And a ring. I definitely need a new ring. Can I have two of the same ring? I don't know. Would it be a waste if the answer is no? Oh. I do need better earrings. I thought I was maxed out on tombstones. Oh, that does not give me enough. Nowhere near. Damn. Oops. 580. I'm at 757. Or 585. I'm at 577. That'll only give me 10. Could do a leveling one. Well, looks like the story is going to be on hold until I get better gear. And because I've not been playing, I don't have the currency. That didn't take long. Well, tater. All right. see. This is the first dungeon in Shadowbringers, I believe. Yeah, I could not come up with a good story, and for some reason, like, there are zero like written one shots for Spelljammers. There's an adventure, and that's it. Like, there's nothing on DM's Guild. Like, nobody has written in anything for Spelljammers. And I have kind of a story, but no, I don't have anything fleshed out. Like, what I've got could take you guys like an hour, maybe. I know. But it's just, and the only really like Spelljammer maps that I could find were ones that were made for the written campaign. Yeah, I don't think you guys really would have enjoyed this one, or at least at its current state. So. Okay, I kind of remember this boss. I chose the right one. And dead. I did much better that time than I did at the Alliance raid that I did beginning of today. Whoops. Hey, get this off me. You didn't fully have it. Yep, it's on me. Get it off me. Thank you. Pass and pass. Yeah, look. Okay. I saw the archer's name was, or not the archer, the scholar. No, what are you? Summoner. You're a summoner. Oh my god. I'm dumb. I saw their name was Mini M. I was like, it can't be like Mini Me something. So I had to look at their actual name. It's Mini Mama. Oops. No one came to me. Gonna hurt me. Pass, pass, pass. Yo, our healer said to hold up. And our tank held up. Luckily there was a boss right there. So able to teleport right to us. Let's see. I remember this guy's chains smashed on the ground. Kind of remember some things about this fight. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh wait, would that have gotten me anyway? That might have happened either way. Ow. Yeah, watch out for the tail. Didn't mean to press that button, but it's fine that I did. See, look how fast I did that. You guys were so slow. Hey. Bum, 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 ba-da. Let's go with the tank on that one. Pass. Pass. Oops. All right, that's not going to be enough for me to get anything. Whoops. That's the right button here. What can I do? I can't do a level 90 dungeon. I need DPS on a normal raid. I need to do a normal raid. Queue times today are good. Okay, it looks like never mind. Sorry, I'm just reading some Discord. Sorry, turn that off. I think I'm going to order while I'm waiting. Order dinner because it's 7 o'clock. I love the music here. This is Alexander. And this is actually one with the trash pole. So rare for a raid to have a trash pole. Sorry, I just got caught up in dancing. This beats. The only thing that I don't like about the Alexander fight, or even the Tanya fight, because I love the music in both of those, totally different music, is the fact that I'm so low leveled that I cannot use all of my abilities. That makes Reaper feel awesome. Like, I don't have my avatar stance. I don't have I don't even think I have these. No. I barely have that. Bomb. There's big boy. Ow, I get hit the bomb. Where's the bomb? Oh, it's over there in the corner. We hit the bomb that way? Nope. Okay. Can't move the bomb. Oh, nice. I'm jealous. Someone in my guild, the retainer just brought back Chewy, which is a pet that I want. a little puppy. Didn't mean to do that. Dun, dun, dun. And pass on all. I don't want any of it. That might be enough to buy a thing. Nope. Okay. Can I wear multiple rings? Gonna be a little upset if the answer is no. I'm 5 away. Okay. I think maybe if I switch out, I might have to switch out two spots though. No, I definitely need more because, yeah. Because these are 580. I'm at 585. Oh, I need more. Keep pressing H, it's you. Are you done Alliance Raid? Don't get anything for that. Main scenario is not as bad as it used to be. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Like, I'm not even gonna switch to the be right back. I'm gonna go pee real quick and then I'll be right back. Okay, you know, this is my either 4th or 5th bottle You know, 16.9 fluid ounces in here. If I drink out of my mug, I don't drink this much. You put a water bottle in front of me, I will gulp that fucker down. Especially if it's room temperature. Hold on. I want to see this. Oh my god. It's a graduation. This is very interesting. Next, our Kingdom military faction. We have 11 Crimson Blade graduates. Without further ado, let us begin. I think, yes, that's who's speaking. King Shinlan and Queen Olesha. Apprentice Soros Locke, please step forward. This was something I did not expect. Yeah, well, that's who that is. Hey, thanks for the donation. I didn't see who it was, and I don't have any notifications on my OBS to tell me who that was. So thank you, whoever that was, as I pull up. Jill, thank you. Or Jill, she donated hours ago. Awesome. Now she donated hours ago, and it's just now showing up. I guess. Okay. Oh no, you just did. Well, that's interesting because it must be on. Yeah, because this says you did it at 5:27, so this must be on Mountain Time, which would be Texas, which is where this is. The charity is based out of. Rise, Maiden Sora's Lock, and congratulations on your promotion. I missed that. Thank you, Jill, for the donation. I'm watching a graduation. It's just super weird. Apprentice Nifty Nix, please step forward. It's not. It's an in-game thing. Like they just like right. I like this group already graduated. Now they're doing a group over here, and let's see, they are. Apprentice Nifty Nix, you have earned 23 points and 2 badges. It's a role-playing thing. I hereby promote you to Elite Knight and bestow upon you the title Sir Nifty Nix. Rise, Sir Nifty, and congratulations on your promotion. Most people have left by now. This is like when one of my guildmates said that there was a graduation happening here, I thought it was like, oh, it's an in-game thing for, you know, people actually graduating. But then I was like, no, they wouldn't be graduated this time of year for school. Or maybe this is a delayed thing. Nope. See, Apprentice Patchy, please step forward. See, this would be really cool if there were fucking speech bubbles in this game. Or there are, but for players. Well, a minute ago, like, there was a ton of people standing right here where I am. Like, probably double what's actually in the amphitheater. Apprentice Patchy Knowledge is not our only elite Crimson Blade, but also our Kingdom Champion. Apprentice Patchy knowledge has earned 321 points and 10 patches. I hereby promote you to Elite Knight and bestow upon you the title Maiden Patchy. What I find hilarious are the guards right here. That's the funny part, are the guards. Who are they gonna stop? You can't stop them. You can't stop anybody. All right, that was super interesting. Let's do what I was doing before. Queue up for daily roulette and order some food. That's also what I was doing. Just getting the pizza. All right, and of course, pops. Oh, thank God.
To the true power of the Ultima weapon.
I love what they've done to main scenario quests. They're so much better than they were. Main scenario quests used to take an hour. It was an hour-long dungeon. Also, it used to be a full party instead of a light party. So there used to be double the number of people here. Let's turn down the music now. I honestly don't think I've done this fight since they made this change. It is a new fight. Oops, let's get out of that. Hear, feel, think. Thy foe is darkness clad in steel. If thou wouldst triumph, thou must look to the light. And he's now immune. Once more, Crystal Bearer, look to the light to vanquish the darkness. Yield not to the darkness, my child. Pray to the crystal with all thy being. Why? Who did that?
Why does my enemy still stand?
5-minute break? Is there still a...
So great!
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea?
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel.
Ultima.
I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
This fight is very different. Some of the same attacks are still there, but a lot of them are not. At 27%? Why is the Black Mage doing a limit break? Honestly, I was the one that should have probably done the limit break. And there it is. GG. GG. Wow, look at the number of people up there now. All right. Okay. Should I go with my normal? I think I'm gonna go with my normal. There's the big box dinner with wings. There's 2 pizzas, breadsticks, and 8 wings. They've changed their interface. Their prices have gone up. Damn. Delivery 9 o'clock. Fuck. Oh well. All right, I've got an hour left of the stream. Should I keep playing? No. No, I think I am gonna change games.